Order this meeting of the Shenandoah County School Board Wednesday, May the 13th, 2026. A meeting moved to this Wednesday in recognition of graduation for Triplet Tech tomorrow at 7 p.m. at Stonewall Jackson High School. Dr. Shepard, do you propose a closed session at this time?
I do. I recommend the School Board of Shenandoah County convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of several employees of the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and for the purposes of discussing and considering several student matters involving the omission, discipline, or the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record of students in the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2.
Ms. Pence is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. I move that the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act to consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and to discuss and consider several student matters involving the admission, discipline, or the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record of students in the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A2.
You have heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. All in favor of convening a closed sessions shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed shall say no. And the ayes prevail 6-0, Madam Clerk, and we will convene a closed session. Is there a motion to reconvene in open session?
Move to reconvene in open session.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded. All in favor of reconvening an open session will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed, no. And the ayes prevail. The Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member will respond, "I so certify," when called upon by the clerk, and I call for a roll call vote.
I so certify.
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 I so certify. I'm delighted this evening to call upon Reverend George Bowers, pastor of the Antioch Brethren Church, for the purpose of an invocation and also to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend Bowers.
Thank you. Let us pray. Father God, we come to you this evening and we thank you for a beautiful day that you have given to us and all the blessings we've already enjoyed today. Father, the blessings of family and friends and food and maybe sport and lots of other things that you've given to us. We thank you. We thank you for the privilege of living in this valley, Lord God, and of all the rich natural resources you have blessed us with. And even more, Lord, we're thankful for the human resources, especially the most precious of our children. And Father, we pray that you would bless them, bless their families, those that are finishing another school year, and those that have tests yet to take. Father, bless them. And Father, bless their teachers. We thank you for each of them. And Lord, they give so much over and above in a lot of different ways. And I pray for their refreshment over the upcoming summer. Father, we pray that you would bless those who administer our schools, Lord, the superintendent, her staff, the principals and their staffs, and Father, all the individuals involved in whatever way. We pray now that you would bless these board members as they consider the business of this board, and Lord, give them guidance, give them direction. May all they do bring honor and glory to you. Father, thank you most of all for your Son Jesus, who lived, taught, died, and rose again to give us eternal life. For it's in his name that we pray. Amen. Invite you to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend Bowers. The chair is seeking a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Pence. All in favor will indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. And the ayes prevail. Item 2.5, recognitions. Dr. Shepard.
Yes, I'm excited this evening. We have quite a few recognitions. Our first recognition is our Central Symphonic Band members who went to New York City. So, Miss Lauren Schupner.
Is it on? Great. Okay. Good evening, Chairman Vance and members of the board. My name is Lauren Schupner, and I am the band and orchestra director at Central High School. Tonight, we are recognizing 24 members of the Central High School Symphonic Band. In February of 2025, we submitted an audition tape and application to the Harmony Honors Invitational to perform at Carnegie Hall in New York City. The company had already told me that there was a strong possibility that we would not be accepted due to the large number of applicants, but despite those odds, they recognized the talent of our students and we were accepted in March of 2025 to perform. We spent this past year fundraising, rehearsing, and preparing for this trip. On top of our normal performance responsibilities, we now had the task of preparing 3 grade 6 level pieces. In the music world, grade 6 is the most difficult level of music a group can perform. On top of performing in a world-renowned venue, we were also performing the hardest level of music. We were placed in the wind ensemble group combined with Redwood High School from California, and our combined ensemble was rehearsed and conducted by the famous composer Frank Ticheli. Our students represented Central High School and Shenandoah County in the utmost professional, respectful, and grateful manner. The travel company even noted in a follow-up meeting that our students stood out because of their attitude of gratitude. The following students were able to perform and travel to Carnegie Hall in April of 2026, and if you all could stand as I say your names. Bailey Martonzik, Maggie Walsh, Amy Rivera Diaz, Vivian Carico, Maddie Ross, Jackie Polito Lopez, Jasmine Telling-Hewson, Ella Richmond, Alondra Rivera Rodriguez, Chelsea Telling-Hewson, Ryan Helsley, Gavin Morgan, Cecilia Lopez Tercero, Julie Kibler, Lilia Lopez Ambrosio, Parker Neff, Josiah Cron, Matthew Richards, Peter Johnston, Delilah Lopez Tercero, Jack Gesford, Gavin Hendricks, Toby Hahn, and Emma Vieira Romero. Thank you.
Good job, guys. That's great.
Our next recognition is Ashby Lee Elementary School, and will Miss Molly Highland and Ashley Showalter please come up?
I'm going to actually let the students speak, and then I'll recognize them by name.
Kidwind is where kids get to challenge themselves to either build a windmill or a solar house. The goal of Kidwind is to understand renewable resources and able to use them for the greater good.
Kidwind also introduces kids to craftsmanship, teamwork, and STEM skills early on. It also teaches a lot about overcoming obstacles on teamwork. Kidwind helps expose kids to future career paths they may not have known about.
Our teams built windmills during wind. My team ran into obstacles while assembling our blades, but we were able to overcome it together. We won the Judges Award at the regional competition. They loved that our presentation included a jingle. Kidwind was a great experience, and I hope to do it again next year.
Kidwind is a fun program, but we had to learn to solve big problems and to persevere. My team ended up getting a personal best for energy output at the regionals.
Our team had issues with getting our blades to be the same weight, but we worked together to design the blades. Our team won the Energy Experts Award for our energy knowledge at the regional competition, and we greatly appreciate the opportunity to participate in Kidwind.
So we were able to take 3 teams to the regional competition, and I'm going to recognize those students. Cora Logan, Caroline Logan, Clara Stevens, Fisher Yeager, Cassidy Anderson, Riley Miller, Abby Bowman, Josie Foley, Giovanni Cabrera, Tig Murphy, Allison Moyers, Brody Dawson, and Jackson Donald.
Lisa Hartman and Alicia Billy from W.W. Robinson Elementary School.
Dr. Shepard, I think she's looking for the clicker. I think Ms. Jett has it. Behind you. Yep.
Good evening. My name is Avery Foltz, and I'm here with Ben, Jamie, Olivia, and other members of the W.W. Robinson Positive Peer Leadership Team to share a little bit about our mission and experiences. This year we have a team of 25 fifth graders. Our mission statement was we are kind, brave, and compassionate leaders and role models that support W.W. Robinson. We do this through acts of service, demonstrating good choices, and creating fun experiences. Our leadership team has worked both inside and outside our school to be of service to others and promote positivity. This year we have been fortunate to partner with neighbors at Greenfield Reflections of Woodstock. We visited in December to sing carols and hand out treats. We had such a fun time we wanted to return in the spring. The residents enjoyed some bowling time, and we led them in some super fun bingo. We also just spent some time talking with them. It definitely brightened both of our days.
Serving others within our school is a big part of PPL. Luke's Backpack is a weekend feeding program serving elementary and middle school students in Shenandoah County. It is operated by Shenandoah Valley Local Ministries. The program ensures children with limited or no access to food on weekends receive nutritious meals, a mission they have pursued since 2011. The PPO team delivers food bags every Friday to classrooms in our school. Another way we support our school is by mentoring younger students. This buddy program matches us with students in need of a role model that might just need someone to ask, "How was your day?" or talk through struggles they might be having. Sometimes we go into the classrooms, and other times we meet at lunch and during walks to the bus. Teachers tell us that our time with them really makes a difference and that they look forward to seeing us every day.
Every year, the PPL team chooses a service project. This year, the project we selected was to design and teach lessons on kindness to younger grades. The lesson focused on manners, how to be a good friend, bullying, and more. We created interactive presentations with lessons, with stories, acting out scenarios, and fun games. The teachers shared with us that having other students teach these messages meant a lot to the younger ones. It was a lot of fun being in front of the classrooms, but not always easy to get everyone to listen at the same time.
We are a leadership team and still learning a lot about what that means. In February, Mrs. Whitney Pence paid us a visit during one of our lunch meetings. She helped us understand the role of a school board member and how their service helps our schools. We appreciate her time, and we definitely learned a lot about how school board members support all of our county schools. We also had a visit from Pastor Nate Robertson from Emmanuel Lutheran Church. Pastor Robertson serves as the chair of the Shenandoah Valley Local Ministries. Part of what this group oversees is the Luke's Backpack program. His message helps us understand exactly what the food bags we deliver each week do for the families of our school. We aren't just delivering bags, we are helping fellow students with meals they might not otherwise have.
Thank you for hearing from us this evening about our leadership team. We appreciate the time you've given us and also want to thank you for all you do to support our schools. The Positive Peer Leadership team has been a special part of our 5th grade year. We hope members of the team will go on to other opportunities in middle school and beyond to lead with positivity.
We can just do it right here. Yep, just turn around and if school board members just want to stand up, you can be part of the picture.
We're doing it the other way. That's what.
Miss Ann Weinking, Sandy Hook Elementary School.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay.
Good evening, board members, Chairman Vance, and Dr. Shepard. I'm honored to stand before you tonight, even if we have a smaller group today, to share about our student ambassadors. So we have a little bit of a different process as far as when how the student ambassadors are selected. So this time of year, our 4th grade students, which have just finished wrapping up the nominations for next year's, here's kind of the process. Who would you believe would be the best representatives for next year's ambassadors? These nominations should be students who exemplify our Rams motto: be respectful, be responsible, and be safe. Be a Ram and consistently demonstrate good citizenship, hard work, empathy, and kindness towards classmates, teachers, staff, and their families. And I always remind them this is not a popularity contest. So they are selected by their peers each year, which I think is a great thing, and they've always picked really great students. They all couldn't come tonight, but I would like to read their names. So we do have Rowan McPhee, TJ Lacerna here, Eli Lefowitz, and Daniel Shoemaker. And the other ones that couldn't be here tonight was Harper Grant, Callie Loving, Raylan Bodge, Eleanor T. Vaught, Ava Alacade, Nyla Beal, Jonah Lawrence, Mason Welzell, Jake Vandal, and Elias Cortez. Some of the things that my kiddos do throughout the year I have listed here. They are part of the daily morning announcements. They help assist in the fall festival. Some participated in the Christmas parade. They created gifts this year by doing origami gnomes and stars for the senior citizens at Maynard Assistant Living Center. They have done an SOL encouragement video that I think we're going to queue up here, not quite yet, for you guys to see. They hosted a breakfast for the members of the school board here, and had a kind of meet and greet, and gave you guys kind of a tour of their classrooms for School Board Appreciation Week. Just this past Saturday, I took a select group who was able to attend. We went to JMU, we went to the planetarium, We went to the Gem and Mineral Museum and the Arboretum and spent the day at JMU to kind of give them a little bit of a taste of what the college life would be like. So they're kind of a shy bunch, so they said, do we have to talk? And I was like, no. And they know I'm a talker anyway, so. So yeah, I'm really proud of these kids. We don't always have a lot of time to meet. It's been a struggle from time to time. There's a lot more I would like to do with them, but it's kind of hard to take them out of the classroom for that stuff. So I like to respect that. So, love you guys. It's time to see. And they're a little embarrassed about this. Cue up the, here we go.
Okay, one of my favorite sayings is that you think what you become. So if you think you're gonna fail, you can try your best and you'll probably most likely pass. But if you think you're gonna fail, that's a bad mindset and you can fail. So just take your time and try your best.
You've been practicing for it all year. It's not that big. Try your best, never give up.
Don't stress, just try your best.
Eat a good breakfast and try your best.
One of my favorite mindsets is it's not a big deal if you fail, at least you tried your best, and it's not gonna, like, you have more chances in 3rd through 5th grade to pass your SOL test.
So, you've done great. Even if you fail, it's okay. We still care about you. Do your best.
On the test, believe in yourself, do your best, you can do it.
Hey, it's just a test. There's no reason to stress. Don't worry. Remember what your teachers have told you and you'll be all right.
Take your time.
Don't rush.
Remember your test-taking strategies.
Don't stress on the SOL. Take your time. Check your answers before you submit. And have a really positive mindset, because if you don't have a positive mindset, you're going to doubt yourself, and just do your best.
You can do it, okay? Don't rush, and have a healthy breakfast, and make sure you get a good night's sleep. Don't stress, it's just a test.
Okay, so everybody, I just want to say that you got this. It's just a test. If you're super nervous, it's just a test, you know? Like, you take so much tests. It's just another one of those. So, you got this.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, guys.
So before we move on to the middle school and our last recognition, we have some really great things going on at our elementary school. So it was great to have our elementary schools, and I believe it was Sandy Hook Elementary School students who suggested that we needed to recognize our elementary school students more. So thank you, Ms. Weinking, and thank you, Sandy Hook students. Ms. Price, do you want to come and introduce your students? Signal Knob Middle School.
All right, good evening. So the KidWin project focuses on students being able to solve renewable energy problems, and there are 2 divisions, wind and solar. Throughout the year, our team has been working on these 2 divisions, and this year we have created a solar project that we submitted online. The task was to create a solar home, and we took this task in a different direction and made a home for pollinators in our community. We based this project on a community garden and built circuits to be able to power a water pump, an emergency shed, and use these things to make a community garden model. We submitted this online, and we qualified for Worlds in Wisconsin. We also were able to attend the JMU State Kidwind Challenge, and we participated in instant challenges as well as had the judges review our feedback. They were very impressed with our presentation, and that gave us a lot of good insight of what to do in Worlds. 2 of us will be going to Wisconsin in this coming week, Joseph Rittenauer and Ella Pengel. Oliver and I will be zooming in to be able to present our part of our project.
Good job. That's great.
Our team members from my right to my left are Ella Pangel, Catherine King, Oliver Winstanley, and Joseph Rittenauer, and my co-coach, Sharon Rittenauer.
That's great. She did it without reading. That was great. Impressive.
Yeah, very good.
You guys did a great job, and enjoy your time in Wisconsin. That is all for this evening.
Item 2.6, public and staff comment on agenda items and non-agenda items. The Shenandoah County School Board welcomes public comment from Shenandoah County residents, parents, or guardians, as well as from current students and employees of Shenandoah County Public Schools. School board members do not respond to public comments during the meeting or hearing. Each speaker may speak for up to 3 minutes. The board generally allows up to 30 minutes for public comments on agenda and non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. If there are a large number of speakers, the board may limit the total time for comments and/or may reduce the time allotted for each speaker. Only 3 have signed up, so I don't think that will be an issue. All comments should address a matter related to Shenandoah County Public Schools. Complaints regarding division employees should be directed to the school principal or an appropriate school division official. The school board expects that each speaker will be courteous, modeling for our students how one can respectfully disagree with others' views. Speakers will address their comments to the entire school board and not to one individual board member, to the superintendent, to a staff member, nor to the audience. Speakers will not engage in personal attacks. Speakers may sign up to speak at the school board meeting or public hearing on a document provided by the clerk of the school board. The school board clerk will ascertain that speakers indicate their role as stakeholders and valid addresses. Speakers are called in the order in which they signed up. If time allows, the chair may allow comments from individuals who have not signed up. A speaker may not speak more than once on a specific topic. Speakers who wish to speak on more than one topic must submit a separate request for each item. If a speaker would like to present written comments to the school board, 8 copies should be provided to the school board clerk as the speaker approaches the podium to speak. And the first one to sign up this evening, Joseph Rittenauer.
Hello. Hello. My name is Joseph Rittenauer. I am in 7th grade and go to SKMS. I went to the Page Shenandoah Honor Band at Luray High School, and I wanted to thank you for providing the funding. It was an amazing experience. We played fun music and were in an auditorium. The auditorium was huge and had lights that made my French horn's bell glow. But I'm worried because there might not be funding for next year. I thought this was a great event, and I hope you keep funding it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, everyone.
Reverend Bowers.
Madam Superintendent and members of the board, I want to thank you for the privilege of being able to share with you this evening and for your service to the students, to their families, and to the taxpayers of our county. On behalf of the WRE board and all of our students and of our executive director, Kathy Rivers, I want to thank you also for allowing our children to learn about Jesus if their parents so direct. Weekday religious education restarted in this county in 2022 with 22 students enrolled for 4 weeks. We just completed our 5th year of instruction with 269 students in 13 classes from 2nd through 5th grades. This is an increase of almost 100 students from last year, and our end-of-the-year celebrations were held a few weeks ago for the students from each of the campuses. Special thanks to Superintendent Shepard and Assistant Superintendent Proctor, other staff and board members that attended some of those events. In addition to their Bible lessons and memory verses, some WRE students learned sign language as well as leadership skills by praying in their WRE classes. Over half the students from 2 campuses shared either a Bible verse or a favorite memory from WRE in front of large audiences at those celebrations. And the 5th graders said they wish they could continue WRE in middle school. Our teachers reported positive improvement in behavior, not just from year to year, but within a few months of being in WRE, and at least one elementary principal commented on changes that she could see in our students. Students shared that they have learned positive ways to deal with challenges with friends, siblings, and classmates through discussions of faith in action. We talk about real-life situations and how to handle them in loving and forgiving ways. If only we could get the national leaders of both political parties in our program. Jesus is not just the only Savior, He is also the only effective solution to our individual problems and our national division. As we celebrate our nation's 250th birthday, I would remind us of our rich local heritage with pastor patriot Peter Muhlenberg, who was a great godly leader. WRE desires to be an incubator for great godly men and women, and I would share with you one quote from one of Muhlenberg's best friends, another godly leader, George Washington, who once said, "Of all the dispositions and habits which lead to political prosperity, religion and morality are indispensable supports." Shenandoah County WRE is delighted to be one of those indispensable supports. Thank you again for your service to all of us. May God bless you as you carry on your duties this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Pence.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Superintendent Shepard. I'm pleased to speak to you tonight representing the Economic Development Council of Shenandoah County. I'm the chair of that organization, and we have members from all over the county, business leaders. And I just wanted to let you know what we've been working on, and we've tried to brief some of you. We've met with the Board of Supervisors, and what we would like to do is to try to form some kind of public-private partnership to help with the construction of more classroom space, more teaching space at Triplet Tech, and we want to do it with the speed of private business, not the speed of government. We think it's a shame to be turning away, as many kids are being turned away from that organization or the Triplet Tech every year. You know, we figure it's upwards of 100 every year, and those are the blue-collar workers that we need in this community. The business people that represent that I'm speaking for on the EDC, they all feel that they need those tradespeople to participate in their buildings or participate in their businesses in the county, and it's a huge lack of employment. I know people all over, not even in this county, depend on who we train in Triplet Tech to go into their workforce. So I've spoke with the Secretary of Commerce and Trade, Ms. Chenery, and she guided me to a lawyer from the McGuire Woods law firm, and we've got him coming to speak with us about how you form a public-private partnership. We have a meeting early June, so our intentions are to try to lay something out for you, a proposal perhaps, that says, you know, we would like to help with this, you know, urgent need, and we feel, in the county. So I just wanted you to know where we are. Our meeting's June 10th. I've got this guy is going to come to the meeting, and well, he's going to be on Zoom and talk to us about some of the options of how we can proceed. You didn't ask for help, but we want to help, and we feel like it's important, and it's, I know the elementary schools are important, all the renovations are important, everything's important, but we just feel that this is the most important, especially to the business community. So we look forward to seeing what we come up with, and there's people that want to help you all. I know not to the tune of hundreds of millions that you all need and the county needs, but a more reasonable approach to try to get something done. So I appreciate your all's time, appreciate your service. I know it's not easy and it's not fun all the time, but I appreciate everything. Thanks.
Thank you. That concludes our public input. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items, which consist of 10 items? And I may be out of order, Mr. Parliamentarian, but anyway, I invite all of you to pay attention to 3.7 and the student from, now I had it right, Tajikistan, and do some research on that country. This exchange student's in for a culture shock. So anyway, is there a motion to approve of the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
And the motion is made by Mr. Rickard, and it is seconded by? Ms. Carlinio. All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And the motion carries. It's somewhere back here is our next item, instructional. Thanks for the cue, Ms. Proctor. Computer science standards, Mrs. Proctor.
Good evening, board members, Chairman Vance, Dr. Shepard. This evening we're going to talk to you, or I'm going to talk to you briefly about the computer science standards that we are charged with implementing in Shenandoah County. And then at the end, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take questions. All right. So what are we going to talk about this evening? We're going to talk about the computer science standards, what the state requires, and the flexibility that is provided. We're going to talk about how we chose a dedicated class, a standalone class for computer science. And then we're also going to talk about why we feel like that's the best approach. And I have some examples of some standards that would make it really hard to integrate. And then, of course, career exploration as well. So when did the standards take effect? Well, we've had Virginia computer science standards since 2017. Those standards get reviewed every 7 years, so they went back to review in the year 2023, and the new standards were then adopted in June of 24, and we were supposed to have full implementation in the year 25-26. That's this school year. So where are we at with that? Well, we are not fully implemented. We are doing computer science at the elementary level. We have our computer courses, and we worked with our elementary folks, but we had not gotten our middle schools on board. And so we're going to talk more about middle school this evening than our elementary schools. So what are the computer science standards? The things that are included are algorithms and programming, computer systems, cybersecurity, data and analysis, impacts of computing and networks and the internet. Those are the main categories. And the state gave us flexibility. Option 1 was that we could weave our standards into existing content. So we could weave them into English classes, math classes, science, and history. We decided to do a dedicated class. We already had it at the elementary level with our computer courses that the elementary kids take during their related arts rotation. And so we felt like that was the best way to integrate it into our middle schools. And we're going to talk about why we felt like that was the best model. So first and foremost, we wanted to protect our core content teachers, which is our English, math, science, and history teachers. As you've been hearing me say over the last year, we have had a lot of new standards come at us, especially at the elementary level. We had all new English standards, all new math standards. We are getting ready to have some new science standards coming. I'm not sure of the exact year, but those are coming on the horizon to be reviewed, and we just implemented new history standards. So with all of those new standards, we did not feel like adding the computer science standards to our core teachers was fair. We felt like that was a burden that we didn't want to ask them to take on. We also felt like computer science deserves focused attention. If you are trying to be an English teacher and incorporate these computer science standards, something's going to get diluted down. Either your English is going to get diluted down or the computer science is going to get diluted down. And so we felt like it was important for it to have its own attention. And then we also wanted consistency and quality, because if we say, okay, go and integrate it, well, Signal Knob might decide to integrate it one way, and North Fork might decide another way, and Peter Muhlenberg another way, and then we have 3 different ways that we're implementing those standards, and it's not consistent across our division, and we want all of our students to have the same access, and it doesn't matter what your zip code is. And then we also wanted to show that we have a clear commitment to our computer science. You know, there are a lot of jobs that are on the horizon that this is an area where our students need exposure. And so that was something else that we felt was important. So here are some examples of computer science standards. I took them across the grade levels. So the first one is an example of an 8th grade computer science standard. The student will plan and implement algorithms that include sequencing loops, variables, user input, conditional control structures, function, and various data types. That's a lot. So what does that mean? So what this standard is teaching is students to break down how anything works. For example, a vending machine, a traffic light, an app on their phone, and then build it themselves. It's engineering thinking, which is the foundation of software creation and careers. So that's what that standard is. As you can see, that might be a little difficult to ask our math teachers or our science teachers or English or history to incorporate. The next one is, this one is from 5th grade. Students will explain the significance of training data and machine learning. And so this standard is teaching students to be critical thinkers about AI, which is really important right now. And when a student understands that AI is only as good as the data it learned from, they become informed citizens who can ask the right questions about the technology making decisions in their world. The next standard is a 6th grade standard. The student will analyze the impact of screen time on physical and mental health. And I think we can all agree that's really important. And so if we don't have a dedicated class where we can make sure that that is being taught, there's a chance that it won't get taught. And so we want to make sure our students are understanding that. And that standard actually goes all the way through K-8. It varies by the grade level, but that is something that goes all the way through. And then the last one that I pulled for a demonstration was the student will describe and explain why protocols are essential in data transmission. And so that is asking students to know how the internet works, because humans agreed on a set of rules and everyone follows them no matter what country you live in. And so all of those things would be really difficult to integrate into our core content areas. So then also, I kind of wanted to debunk the idea that these things can only be taught in front of a Chromebook. That is not the case. In fact, we would much rather our students learn it in other ways and then maybe figure out how those things apply then to the computer world. So some examples of some activities that I was able to come up with, some unplugged activities, you can see them. I'm not going to read through all of them, but you know, like the robots, we use those a lot in the elementary schools, and that does not require them using a computer. There's different things they use with the robots, but it doesn't have to be a computer. You know, there's lots of different examples there that you can see. And then also, we just wanted to point out about how computer science careers are right here at home. And so just so you understand some of the fields, so like at Valley Health, we have health and IT and cybersecurity, so our hospital patient records, diagnostic equipment, all of those things are a career that students that are familiar with computer science could go into. At the Merck, the pharmaceutical manufacturing, Merck is investing $3 billion in Elkton and adding 500 jobs. So there's a lot of opportunity there. Comsonics in Harrisonburg is another area. And then, of course, area manufacturing, automation, robotics, and IT systems. So in summary, Virginia gave us flexibility, and we chose the path that gives computer science the attention it deserves. Our content area teachers are free to focus on their own demanding SOL requirements, and many computer science standards are simply too technical and specialized to integrate meaningful into other subjects, and a dedicated computer science class exposes students to transformative careers that may never have been otherwise encountered if we didn't have this course. Any questions? Yes.
I like that you gave it a class of its own. I do like that. Although I am concerned because a teacher reached out to us about this interfering with like school year long electives. What kind of impact is that going to have, say, on like a music elective?
So it's sixth grade. So I should have clarified this earlier. Thank you for asking that question. So what we've done, because we don't want it to take away a lot of electives from our middle schools, because really in middle school it's about exploring and learning and getting opportunities to try out all the things that are available. So we don't want to take away from that. So in sixth grade, all of our students take career explorations. So we're going to combine this into that career explorations class. So the sixth graders were taking that anyways. And then at seventh grade, we're actually going to combine the seventh and eighth grade content into one class so that kids don't have to take this elective then in eighth grade as well. And so in seventh and eighth grade, that will be an elective that all students will take, but each school has to work out like whether they're doing year-long or semester courses, but it shouldn't interfere because most of the time kids don't get all of their top choices, and so this will hopefully pull kids out of other courses so that they can get their top choices.
Thank you.
The principals have been working on that as they've been doing scheduling.
So I'm also glad that you're doing this separately. I think that was a wise decision. One thing that was brought up to us a couple times during our personnel committees meetings was the fact that a lot of students don't know how to actually use a computer. Like they were saying, you know, they kind of know how to go in and do whatever they're supposed to do, but they don't actually know how to copy and paste, how to transfer, you know, like do the things that we actually do with the computers. And another thing was also the typing. Like we don't really teach typing, so they're still, you know, doing the two-finger typing. So, I mean, is that something that we can incorporate into this, you know, like teaching them how to actually use a computer in the real world and also the whole typing skills? Or is that
so in the elementary, in our technology classes, we do some of those things. We don't actually do the typing, but we do some of those other things you're talking about, like how to paste and copy and, you know, use Word documents and all of those kinds of things. Actually, we would use Google. We do everything Google. But most of those functions are the same. But we can look at we would need to look at the pacing guides and figure out how much time we would have to incorporate those things. But yes, that's something we can explore.
Because it seems to me like we're doing something, you know, at this level, and we haven't really taught them, you know, the very foundation of what they would be actually using. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yes. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the informational agenda, information on Town of Strasburg requests for deed of easement for the Riverwalk, Mr. Hensley, and oh, by the way, we will be voting on that under the action section shortly. You're up.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Shepard. I'll give an overview of the Riverwalk project. I know Dr. Shepard shared it with you last time and provided the information for you. This project became developed out of the town of Strasburg, where they received a grant. Back in February, we approved for them to be able to put in a parking lot and an access to the river for kayak and canoe launch. It will be a deed of easement for 25 years, and what it allows them to do is to access through the South Fort Street down, and they will put a parking lot that has approximately 14 parking spaces that's gravel, and then a gravel path with billiards that will stop anybody from driving down through. It's a walking path to get to the river that they can access the river at that time. So that's an overview. They'll be able to maintain that path, the vegetation. They'll let us know in advance if they're doing anything. but they will maintain the parking lot, the access to that. That would not be responsibility of the school division.
Any questions or
Questions
comments?
that you may have since the last time it was shared? Ms. Shipe is here also.
I see on the first page of the Riverwalk project that the second item says the grant will fund the entire cost of the project, which includes extending the Riverwalk beyond Strasburg High School. I remember we had some discussion about walking alongside the football field and all that. That's not
part of this, no.
okay.
Anything else? No, I thank you.
Thank you.
5.2, discussion of draft policy KLB-BF, selection and approval of book fair materials. Dr. Shepard.
Yes, thank you. Information regarding the draft policy was presented at a school board meeting on Thursday, April the 9th. Following the initial presentation, the board discussed draft policy KLB-BF during the work session on April the 27th, and then a school board member added a third draft policy with attorney input. And so this evening we're discussing it, and if the school board agrees, then it will be up for consideration at the June 11th meeting. So this is the opportunity for the school board members to discuss the draft policy KLB-BF, which is selection and approval of book fair materials.
Mr. Shabby?
Well, I mean, as previously noted, I feel that this is necessary so that we have consistency across the school division in how we deal with book fairs, since we were not consistent, and it seems that each school may or may not be dealing with them slightly differently. I have been in discussions via email and communications with the librarians and the PTA workers and officials who run the book fairs. So I think we've come to somewhat of a consensus with feedback and things that this won't be overburdensome or too much work for them to implement, and we still have the opportunity to tweak it if needed before we move towards a vote.
Mr. Rickert.
We did hear some concerns from a librarian, at least one librarian, I believe it was two, at the personnel committee meetings about this policy. And if I'm hearing you correctly, it's pretty well received. They were concerned that they weren't consulted on this. Do they feel heard now? Have you met with them since?
We haven't had an in-person meeting, but we have emailed, scores of times back and forth, and I believe every librarian in the division is on that email train. So, and there was a mention of an in-person meeting, but that has, yet to be scheduled or, or brought forward, but it's still up for discussion.
Do you feel like you guys are moving in a unison fashion? Are they on board with this?
So, yeah, they seem to appreciate making it easier on them, but I believe that some feel the policy is unnecessary.
I just want to make sure that if we're going to pass something like this, it's something that is simple enough for them to actually go by, I should say, or follow.
Well, it mirrors the library book review policy, which they already implement, but or which they already follow. But a certain amount of librarians don't even run the book fairs. So, which is why I think that we need a standalone policy that is separate from the others, because we are ultimately responsible for any activity or anything that's sold in our schools. We more or less, that's an implied endorsement So there has to be some oversight, in my opinion, for legal reasons.
I want to thank you for doing this because, I mean, you're right. I know there was some concern that this would be an additional burden, but truth is, it's actually our responsibility to do this. The school boards in the Commonwealth of Virginia have to place the parameters for this kind of situation, this book fairs and all that. So I think the fact that this just provides some guidance as to what is to be allowed or not allowed, it's good. Not just for one school, but because we're doing it for all the schools at the same time. Now, I do have a question. When you were here, I see that it was on, hold on, let me see. I think it's section
3.
It's at 3? Yes, 3, number 1, that you crossed out a complete inventory list. Are we to assume that those links to their full online catalog is going to include everything? I mean, so that we're not going to be seeing something, or the parents are not going to be seeing something, and then the students are going to have a different list somewhere else.
Well, that is an assumption, and I think that if we have contracts with those vendors, that maybe that should be addressed in there, because, we'll be taking their word for it to a point, but.
Why did you cross it out?
Because the complete inventory list for them to have a written one and go through the whole thing is what was too burdensome for those putting on the book fairs. So that's why, and when the librarians came and they showed how they were vetting it, it made sense that if Scholastic, for instance, you can just go to a link and see their entire catalog, that would make more sense and make it easier on the personnel than listing the exact books that they were ordering or that may be being sent.
I guess my concern is, from what I read with regards to Scholastic, for example, is that they have different lists of books that they have available for to the public based on what the content may be, because there were certain titles that some people had actually had objections to. Mm-hmm. So they put a lot of those titles in a different list. So that, from what I understood, from what I read, and this could have been, this may not be current, but it was something like they would make available, the online catalog A to the schools, and then if you want to add online catalog B, then the librarians would have to approve that. So I don't know. I guess my question is, because what you were originally asking here is not from the librarians. You're asking this of the vendors. The vendors should be the ones who would be providing this. So my concern would be, we have to make sure that that vendor is not just providing a limited amount of the catalog, and then that the students would have access to the whole thing, which may not be what our librarians or the parents are looking at.
Well, and I agree with that there, because, they should know what they're ordering for the book fair.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So to have a purchase list or something like that, that makes sense to me. So, we can go back and revisit this part, because what you're saying makes sense too. And I know I believe there was a local book company that doesn't have an online list. So I think some of the procedure parts maybe need some, that we need to tweak a little more when it's implemented into how it's going to be carried out.
Yeah, because this is what we're requiring of the vendors. This is not what we're requiring of, it's what information is going to be available to our librarians or to the parents who are PTAs or whoever is running the book fair. I just want to make sure that when they're approving whatever they're approving, that they are getting the full list and not that they're being fed one part of it and then the day of the book fair something else shows up. So I don't know. I was fine with just having them, compelling them to provide the complete inventory that they're going to make available to our students and parents.
Yeah, well, and we can redraft that, and because like I said, it doesn't make any sense to me that they could not provide a list of what they're asking to be sent or what Scholastic is sending.
They have that.
Somebody has to have an inventory of that, right? Mm-hmm. So, okay.
Quick question. Under responsibility, number 5, where it says the school board maintains final authority over all materials made available to students, but then it also says not conducting an item-by-item review. And I guess my question is, where does the operational accountability ultimately rest?
Well, that was added by our attorney, so.
Okay.
But
All right.
that's,
Fair enough.
But I imagine through the review procedures is how that would be narrowed down. I mean, that would be taken care of if there was a question about a book. Kind of like when we do the library book purchases, they're reviewed by someone on the staff, and then they come back with if there's any red flags or however they put it, and then it goes through a certain process. And that was something that kind of jumped out at me in all this too, is the people running the book fairs are pulling books out on their own, whether they're too scary or whatever the reasons are. So I think that having this more formalized and more consistent will save us problems in the long run. But as far as the item-by-item review, I mean, if it came to all the way to us, which the library book review policy could, that would be when the school board would actually review an item.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm reading this correctly, I think what it's saying is that we're not going to be doing the item-by-item review prior to the book fair, that the only way that we would do it is if it comes as an appeal or if somebody brings it up to our attention. So I think it's providing some protection.
Thank you. Mr. Scheibe.
All good on this side? All good over here? Anything to add, Mr. Scheibe?
No.
No?
The defense rests.
The defense rests. Speaking of library book materials purchase list, Dr. Shepard, nice handoff.
Thank you. Regulation IIBP-R, which I should have memorized this by now. Library material selection establishes clear procedures for the selection of new library book materials. In April, the librarians developed a draft list of the new books proposed for purchase and provided the list to the principals and the directors of education for review. On Thursday, April 16th, 2026, the final draft lists were placed on the division website for review. The final approved library materials purchase lists are presented to the school board for information at this evening's meeting. The recommendation will be for the school board to approve the final approved library materials purchase list at the June meeting. Happy to answer any questions.
You good? Good? Look at me. Oh, go in this direction. Any questions over here? Okay. I guess we're ready for the action. Personnel. Is there a motion to approve the personnel list as presented?
I move to approve the personnel list as presented.
Thank you, Whitney. Is there a second? And second. All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 6-0. Okay. Item 6.2, request for attendance zone transfer student A. Is there a motion?
I move to deny the requests for student A to transfer attendance zones from Sandy Hook Elementary School to W.W. Robinson Elementary School.
Is there a second to the motion to deny the requests?
Second.
And has been seconded by Mr. Street. Floor is open for discussion.
So just to clarify, a vote yes is to deny the request. A vote no is to allow the request. Correct.
Yes denies. And no denies the denial.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to.
Am I correct, Mr. Parliamentarian? Okay, thank you.
Which means allows it.
Other points of interest or discussion? Madam Clerk, I suggest a roll call vote on this.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
No. Is that 4-2, Madam Clerk? Oh, 3-3, sorry. I made the wrong mistake.
You're right. It's 4-2.
4-2.
Mr. Scheibe was no.
Scheibe.
Rickard.
Rickard was no, and Vance was no. Okay. Recommendation to approve Town of Strasburg request for deed of easement for the Riverwalk. I need a motion on the floor.
I move to approve the deed of easement and grant the town of Strasburg permission to establish a parking area and walking path on Shenandoah County School Board property along South Holiday Street as proposed.
Thank you for the motion, Mr. Rickard. Is there a second?
Second.
And second by Ms. Carlinio. The floor is open for discussion. I believe we'll be okay on a voice vote on this. Indicate yes, approval by saying aye.
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 Yeah, I know, I got my words twisted. Opposed, no. 6-0. Congratulations, Town of Strasburg.
Although I would like to ask one thing, Chairman. It was brought to our attention at some point about the tennis courts. If we could do something about if we need to have practices there or anything like that, if we could negotiate a little bit with the town. I appreciate that.
Okay.
We're locking the doors before you leave.
Madam Superintendent, Superintendent's monthly report.
Thank you. Teacher Appreciation Week. Last week was Teacher Appreciation Week, a time to recognize the commitment, passion, and impact of the educators who shape the lives of our students each day. We know that our teachers have the #1 impact on student learning, and we are so grateful to have such great teachers here in Shenandoah County. And one of my favorite topics is student attendance. Once again, this month we saw year-over-year improvement on our attendance rate with a 94.7% attendance rate across the division in April. Triplet Tech celebrated 24 students as part of the Skills USA National Signing Day on Tuesday. Last week, these students have committed to entering the workforce or continuing their trade education upon graduation and are a testament to the Triplets CTE programs that teach and train the next generation of skilled professionals. A few weeks ago, we honored 31 seniors at the Shenandoah Scholars Banquet, which is always a fun time of the year. This year, we celebrated 31 seniors with a luncheon at the Shenandoah County Community Center in Mount Jackson. The seniors who each received a $1,000 scholarship were selected based on their character, academic achievement, and school community involvement. We'd also like to congratulate Miss Julia Sigler on being named the 2025-2026 SCPS Division Teacher of the Year. Miss Sigler was selected from the 10 Teachers of the Year nominees from each of our schools and was announced at our staff recognition banquet on April 23rd. We would also like to recognize our Division New Teacher of the Year, North Fork's Miss Tiffany Kuntz. Our Division Team of the Year, Sandy Hook Elementary School's Special Education Paraprofessional Team of Crystal Gray, Lindsay Green, Regina Mata, Skylar Pruitt, Diane Heichman, Amanda Moats, Ian Thompson, Raki Diallo, Tiffany Powell, Kyla Witcher, and the Division Employee of the Year, W. Robinson's Jackie Stanford Fenner. Also, our Special Education Committee, SEAC, hosted the SCPS Community Care Fun Fair on May the 2nd at Central High School. It was a great event with many vendors, and we would love to see more parents out next year, but it was a successful event. And then last but not least, we have 2 weeks of school. We have less than 2 weeks of school to go. And I'd like to wish everyone a successful end to the school year, and congratulations to all of our seniors who will be graduating over the next few days. Graduation ceremonies are scheduled. Tomorrow night is Triplet Tech. It's at 7 o'clock at Stonewall Jackson High School. Central High School will graduate on Friday, May 15th at 7 p.m. Strasburg High School is Saturday morning, May 16th at 10 a.m. Stonewall Jackson High School is Saturday, May 16th at 7 p.m. And the last day of school for our students is May the 22nd. And we're looking forward to finishing our school year on a high note. And we hope that all of our students and families have a safe and enjoyable summer. And I said that was the last thing, and I have one more thing. The school board retreat and school board and board of supervisors meeting will be Monday, May the 18th. And it will be at Triplet Tech. It will start at 9, and it will go until we are finished, which will likely be between 4 and 5 in the evening. The Board of Supervisors school board meeting will begin around noon with a lunch meeting. So looking forward to seeing you guys again on Monday.
All day.
Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Item 8, report of board members, other business. Who would like to lead off?
You can start if you want me. So let me first start by sending a big congratulations to all the graduating seniors and the end of the year for all the students and staff and teachers. I hope everybody has a fabulous summer, and looking forward to seeing those of you who are coming back next year. I also wanted to say that I wanted to thank everybody who showed up for our personnel committee meetings a couple of weeks ago. It was actually a smaller crowd than we've had in years past, so we were saying that we hope it's because things are getting better, and there's not that much to improve, but I know we always have a lot to improve. So I appreciate all the teachers that came and told us, gave us some really good feedback. While we were talking about the computers and the Chromebooks and the typing and all that stuff, all that came from those meetings, so we really appreciate that. So thank you to all of them who came to those meetings. And also, we keep hearing a lot about the Chromebook use. We heard it from a lot of teachers and principals saying we really need to cut back on that. So I'm happy to hear that. We're still working on that to see how we can do that, given all the requirements that we have by the state, by the Commonwealth. So we're working on that. That's not something that we're gonna just forget about. So we're gonna keep on working on that. And I also wanted to give a special thanks to Principal Mason, and also, of course, Ms. Weinkin, who just left, because you guys have been coming to all of our meetings, and I appreciate that. And we also heard from other people who do watch online all our meetings, so I appreciate that, because we want you guys to know what we're doing and what we're talking about so we can hear the feedback. So I appreciate that, and yeah, have a great summer, y'all.
Who's next?
I can go if you want.
Mr. Rickard.
First of all, I'd like to thank Ms. Kopp and Mr. Fisher at Strasburg High School and all the FFA members for the invitation for their awards banquet the other night. I didn't realize the magnitude of what our FFA students do in the community and the projects and all the stuff that they do throughout the year. If any of you all ever get a chance to attend one of your local FFA awards banquets, it's eye-opening to see how much they do, the mentorships, the things they do for the community. It was really great, and I appreciate the invitation. The other thing is I'd like to give a huge shout out to one of our teachers at the governor's school, Miss Kara Bates. Her and one of her students are at the Regeneron International Science and Engineering Fair down in Phoenix, Arizona right now. One of her students is competing there. So that's a pretty big deal. Wanted to congratulate her and that student. Also, a huge congratulations to all the kids that are graduating this weekend. The ones graduating Triplet Tech tomorrow evening and the ones graduating this evening. Huge congratulations to all of our seniors. And a huge thank you to all of our teachers and staff for what you all do every day. It is greatly appreciated. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Okay, you're up. Ms. Pence.
Well, this time of year in our schools, it's exciting. The school year is ending, but it's also, unfortunately, there are moments of anxiety simply because of our SOL testing during SOL testing season. So I just want to take a moment to recognize our students and staff during this testing, and especially to our students, just to let you know that you are enough and you are much more than a test score. Unfortunately, you know, it's just something that's mandated upon us by the state, but I think it's important for us to recognize that. And then I just want to thank our teachers and staff as well who are in grade levels where they must do SOLs. You know, they pour a lot of work into our students every day, and again, their impact cannot be solely measured on a percentage of students that pass these tests. You know, the relationships they build, the confidence they give these students, and the care that they show, it just matters so much more than a test score. So I just wanted to let our students and staff know that I do think about you during this time of year. And finally, a huge congratulations to our 2026 graduates as they prepare to walk across the stage Friday night and on Saturday. That is it. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Street.
All righty, thank you. Just want to point out, I did have the opportunity in the past to make it to see the Stonewall's musical Frozen, and I just want to say that I was very, very impressed. You know, back in the day, I won't say what year, but around '88, I guess. You know, I used to participate in that kind of stuff, and when I walked in, when I saw it, I was like, wow, it's really changed the technology, the lighting, the sound, and all that. But I was very impressed with the students to be able to remember all those lines and all the singing that took place, and I understand the work that takes place behind to prepare for that. So congratulations to all those students with the musical Frozen and the director and all the hard work it took to put into that. Also, as was pointed out, the Teacher Appreciation Week, we definitely thank all of our teachers, and unfortunately I wasn't able to get off work and make rounds and appreciate and see and talk to the teachers, but we definitely do appreciate what the teachers do, and they're well deserved. I want to wish our spring sports good luck because we're down to the end of the season, and wish those that are able to continue on in the playoffs. So I wish all of our sports good luck in how far they can go this spring. I want to thank all the staff, everyone that makes this school division work. Whatever your job is, whatever you do, I want to thank everyone for another school year and what you do and to make things happen. And most of all, like it's been said, I'll carry on. Congratulations to all the graduates this week. I wish you all the best luck. But congratulations, and hopefully wish you the best of luck in the future.
Well said, Tom. Well, I'd like to open my comments with a reflection from George Washington. You know, obviously very into history in the 250th, so I'd like to get something from the founding fathers in each one. But Mr. Washington once said, "Knowledge is in every country the surest basis of public happiness." And as we look into the work being done by our wonderful teachers, our staff, and inside our classrooms each and every day, those words really remain true as today as to when he said them. So education is not really just about the classrooms. It's the foundation for the prosperity of our community. And on that note, seeing some of the businesses and and business leaders in the community come forward and lend a helping hand towards our CTE, I think that gives me a lot of hope that we can navigate these financial difficulties and what we're going to build, how we're going to do it. It gives me I feel a lot better about it going forward, that if we're actually going to have people step up and help. I've heard a lot about, a certain donor with a certain amount of money that doesn't seem to be on the same page with maybe some of the others, but I challenge, I ask that person to consider helping what everyone else is doing, because if we're working together, our students are going to prosper a lot better, and our dollars are going to go farther if it's concentrated. Teachers, as I think about the ones, watching my little boys each day, and I'm just watching the two of them at home. I can't imagine how you guys do it in the elementary schools each and every day, but you're rock stars. And without you, none of what we do up here would make, a hill of beans of a difference. So I thank the teachers and staff for all the hard work you put in. And seniors, the real big milestone, walking across that stage and, welcome to what's going to become, real life. So I remember about this 6 months after I graduated, I missed high school. So, but best of luck to all of you, and, keep making good decisions and, make us proud.
Thank you.
Chairman?
Well, I second all the congratulations and extend also the gratitude to all those who made the school year what it was, and all the events we attended, including the retirement reception last week. It was just splendid, like they always are. But for my closing comments, I decided to do something off the wall, a little different, rather than be a thorn in somebody's side or one of my LV rants. I'm going to ask 6 trivia questions related to public education in the Commonwealth of Virginia and Shenandoah County. And I'll do my best to see who gets their hand up first. I'm sure somewhere out there in those classrooms tomorrow, raise your hand, boys and girls. And in addition to that, of course, there's a prize for each correct answer. $100,000. It's the best I could do this month. $100,000. And all of you who are here, guests, media, others, play along. It's not fair going up against the school board because they know all the answers. Just ask us. Trivia question number 1. What notable Virginian advocated for free and public schools in 1779, but the bill was not adopted by the General Assembly? Raise your hand. Say that again. You didn't study for the quiz, did you, Ms. Brown?
It looked like Tara was, she had a
Tick tock, tick tock. The answer is, I get the $100,000.
Is it a chocolate bar?
Thomas Jefferson.
Yeah.
Who was the first superintendent of schools for Shenandoah County, appointed in September of 1870 and served until 1882? Holy cow.
I wasn't born yet.
Yeah,
I was.
not fair.
Who? Who was it? You're exactly right. Captain John Grable was born in Mount Jackson, Mr. Street. He was educated, Mr. Scheibe, at Dickinson College, which I think is in Carlisle, and he served in the American Civil War. Number 3, plus or minus 5. You got a range of answers. And don't be so quiet over there. During his 12-year term as superintendent, how many schools did Captain Grable have to supervise? And I'll give you a range of answers, plus or minus 5. But you only get one shot at it, so don't play that game.
I'd say 6.
Say 3.
How many?
3.
3? 6?
2.
5? The correct answer is 83. 83. Every crossroads and community, it seemed, in Shenandoah County had a one-room schoolhouse. They weren't always schoolhouses. They might have been someone's parlor or a meeting house or whatever. One of those was Bethel, which is out near our farm south of Strasburg, where my mom and dad went to school, to a one-room schoolhouse during the Great Depression. The plumbing was outdoors. The water was sulfur, and the heat was a wood stove. Number 4, why were schools closed 2 weeks earlier than scheduled in April of 1927? Why did schools close 2 weeks earlier than scheduled in April of 1927? 1941. Don't you remember? Yesterday, December 7th, 1941.
I feel like we're on Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grade?
Well, the answer to why they closed schools 2 weeks earlier than scheduled is because the county ran out of money and couldn't pay the teachers those extra 2 weeks at a time when the yearly salary was barely over $500 a month. Number 5, in April 1933, a policy was adopted by the Shenandoah County School Board that a teacher's contract could be canceled for this reason. What was the reason? Canceled. Teacher's contract could be canceled for this reason. No.
Childbirth.
What was it? Bingo. A teacher's contract could be canceled if the teacher's name was changed due to marriage during the term of her contract. Now, number 6, there'll be a lot of right answers on this one. What event on the last day of school, 1968, precipitated the building of Sandy Hook Elementary School, and that, of course, generated outdoor classroom village on the old playground. So what event, last day of school, 1968, precipitated the building of Sandy Hook School? What was it? The 7th graders were preparing for graduation, but that's not the right answer.
No idea.
The west wing of the old school on High Street burned down on the last day of school. And then Sandy Hook came along 2 years later. So what did we get? We got 2 winners out of that. That's pretty good. All right, what's going to happen now is, Madam Superintendent, do you recommend that we reconvene to closed session? Oh, the $100,000.
I recommend the School Board of Shenandoah County convene a closed meeting under the provisions of Virginia Code 2.2-3711A29 to discuss the award of a public contract involving the expenditures of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offers and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of several employees of the Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14.
Chair recognizes Mrs. Pence for a motion.
I move that the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3711A29 to discuss the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offers and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and to consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14.
Motion on the floor is to reconvene a closed meeting under the direction of the Code of Virginia. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, and all in favor shall say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And we will reconvene in closed session. An open session.
Move to reconvene in open session.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is several seconds. All in favor to reconvene in open session will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes prevail. The Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member responds, "I so certify," when called upon by the clerk.
I so certify.
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 I so certify. Now that we are in open session, is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
There is a motion to adjourn by Mr. Rickard, and it was seconded by
Second.
several people. All in favor of adjournment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We stand adjourned.